definitely feel like I was a bit big there. Go like this. Even, because I don't even really want to be like a main focus of the video. It's mainly just trying to showcase what I'm doing. Alright, bang, we got this. Let's get this picture. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, look at that. Word. There we go. Yeah, it's still fine where it's at. Yeah, cool.
Of this video, you'll know everything you need about cameras in Unreal Engine 5. And then you'll also be able to learn how to move your cameras around, how to track your cameras to an object and have a shot like this. Like, check this out. Wait. Boom. Look at that. Look at how sweet this is. You'll be able to do this right after this video. So let's get to it.
What is up, beautiful people? We are here at chapter 16 and we're going to talk about cameras. Yes. This is one of the most important chapters of our tutorial series because we are going to cover exactly what camera settings we are going to use. We are going to talk about cranes, rig rails. Faraz, why do you like cameras so much?
Well, because this is the first part of this tutorial series where you technically can bring in all of your skills from the real world into 3D. You do not need to know anything extra about these settings if you already know your way around cameras in real life. And come on, it's 2024. You use iPhones. You know what aperture is, right? Or focal length.
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to go through it all together. Well, one more thing I'd like to say before we begin is that just like the post-process volume, just like lighting, cameras also have to be one of the first things you set up if you're creating a cinematic. If you're creating a game, it doesn't matter. You have to make the entire world. But if you're creating a cinematic, and I'll just use an example right here, and let's say you only need two shots, one which is this and another one which is this angle, then why the hell would you want to go ahead and create all of this at the back? You don't need all this detail, so all of that time is wasted. This is the most important tip. Always set your cameras, your post-process volume early on. You know your shots. Then if you know your shots, then you are only going to create what you need for that final result and not waste time creating everything else that might not end up in the final shot. Now, I'll tell you one more thing. There's a very high chance we won't be even looking at this guy right here or these guys right here because our shots are going to be somewhere here. But for the sake of this course, we've created all of this so that you understand how world creation in Unreal Engine 5 works.
So how do we add a camera to a scene?
Very good question. So just like everything else, we have to go to the top left side, this right here, and we can either bring the place actors panel to the left side and then bring the cameras from there, or just go to cinematic and then look for Cine Camera Actor. So this is basically the camera you're going to use every single time when you want to bring in a new shot into your scene. Cine Camera Actor. Now,
I'm gonna wait for them to press it.
There's also another one which is camera actor, I believe, but don't get it mistaken. There's different kinds of cameras in Unreal Engine 5. I believe they were used for other purposes. The one we're going to use for cinematics is Cine Camera Actor. Drag it, drop it into your scene. I can't see anything right now because I have my overlays disabled. The shortcut for that was
Okay. This is where shit starts getting fucking wild. Alright. Boom. Cinematic. Cine Camera Actor. Where did it put it? That's wild. Change. Nope, I guess not. Forgot to change the size of everything. But where's the camera? Oh, it's right there. Okay, I wanna. Yo, tell me that ain't fucking sick, dude. Whoa. What did I click? Oh, okay. I'm gonna put it into a folder called, for right now, camera. Just because that's the only camera right now. Alright. So that I put that up here. Oh, that's nutty. Alright, so we're gonna. Yo, that's cool. That's crazy. Yo, that actually looks fucking fresh. That shit looks fresh as fuck. Damn, son. Just wait till it's smooth, because this is just going by my hand. Well, what we can do. Oops. What I can do. Oh, no, I don't want to change that. Set the position, snap, grid value. We'll change it to. Yeah, that's fresh. That's fresh. We're gonna put it back to 100. Boom. Snapping it on. Oh, but that looks fucking cool though. Looking at it. That makes me feel good about my rotation. Whoa. 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 I guess I fucked that up. Well, let's go fix that. That's cool to get that look like that. Oh shit, does that mean they're both fucked up? Or how did I not notice that? So why do I feel like okay, so you know what I'm gonna have to do? Oh, shit. Okay. So, alright. We're just gonna take this. I don't know how I fucked that other shit up. Honestly. We're just gonna take this. So grab all. Oops. Individually. Sure. Well, I shouldn't have to. I thought the weapons were supposed to like stay attached. Didn't I do that? We'll see. Hold on, buddy. Got that. I think. Got that. Sure, so that's something to get. Oh no, that's it. Boom. Like, I mean, I was probably pretty baked when I did that this morning, early as shit this morning. Yeah, of course. Oh man. That's crazy that I didn't notice that. Oh, here. Buddy. What? You want to play something else? Keep playing the learning stuff. Huh? You want to do something else? Huh? What? What? Where do you want it? That's how it always goes, dude. You want it to stand up? Okay. Well, then hold on, buddy. Stand over here. Alright. There you go, buddy. Alright. So, this should be fun. I don't know if that, like, happened somehow. Like, I fucked that up, or I didn't do the pattern right. I'm not sure. But not how I thought we were going to start this. Finding out that I did this shit wrong. Oh, yep, I know what I need to do. Jesus. this now? Can I look at this now without realizing I fucked something up? Yeah, yeah, dog. Yo, that's fucking fire. Why it said nothing was there.
G. So G, and now I can see my.
Okay. Oh, I think that's just where he has. Okay. Oh, that's fucking lit, dude. Yo. That is dope. Oh, yeah. Let me. Excuse me. Fire. That's perfect now. Oh, but now it's gonna let me resize it. Oh, oh, it's gonna let me click through it. That's cool. All right, all right.
My camera, hit F to go closer to it, and this is beautiful. It comes in real handy because Unreal Engine always has this mesh, like a cine camera, that you can use to see where your camera is pointing and where it is in the scene. So once you have your camera selected, Farah, what is this at the bottom right?
This is what your camera will see.
Yes, this is the preview of your camera. So if I were to drag my camera up, I'm actually looking at what the camera is seeing. I'm going to go ahead and hit E, rotate my camera, and see.
I can see everything now.
Absolutely. So I can go ahead and control my camera without actually being inside the camera. So there are two ways you technically want to go ahead and control your camera. One is by looking from the outside and having the preview on the bottom right, and then trying to see where your camera should go, and then like hit F, maybe go closer, maybe rotate it if you're trying to look at one of these stormtroopers. Another way to do it is to actually go ahead inside the view of the camera. Now, there are many ways you can do that. Farah, do you remember one of those ways?
One of them is right-click, pilot.
Absolutely. So I can go right-click, so click my camera, or even here in the outliner, both of them work. Right-click, and then there's an option that says Pilot Cine Camera Actor. And then you'll go inside the camera. Now you have these black bars at the top, right? Because depending on the camera settings, the width and height of your sensor is different. So right now, I can just navigate exactly the same way as I did before, and I can go around, but this time around, I actually have my camera. And you know that this is your camera for two reasons. Number one, notice the depth of field. We didn't have blurriness when we were building our scene, but right now we do. So we are in our camera view. Another way you can tell that this is your camera view is looking at the top left. Under your perspective, you have this airplane icon, which says you're piloting your camera. Now, two important buttons on the right side, one of which is to eject, so you're getting out of the pilot mode. So now I have the camera here again, I'm back into the normal navigation mode, and I can see the preview. Or if I go back into the pilot, another one is here. So technically, this one is going to toggle showing the exact camera view. If you toggle this off, and if you move, and then eject, look at what happens. You've actually moved, but then you're piloting the camera, but you don't have that black bar, the camera settings, if you will. Sometimes it's confusing, but I always like to just keep it on so that I'm not confused. And then I just either eject.
So there was another method Faraz just did. That was a second method beside the pilot, which is going through the perspective, and then you can select the camera.
That's actually my favorite way of piloting the camera. I don't like to go ahead and hit right click. I like to just go to perspective and then go down to place cameras, go to cine camera actor. So we know about perspective, Farah, we know about these orthographic views, but once you add a cine camera actor to your scene, you'll have this extra option down here. So if I were to go ahead and hit Alt, duplicate this 2 times, one more time, duplicate. So I have 3 camera actors. Look at what happens here.
You can go inside each and every one of them.
Absolutely. So I can go to Cine Camera Actor 3 and then right click, move it, eject. I can go to Cine Camera 2, move it here, eject. And now I have 3 cameras placed in 3 different positions, right? So there's, again, multiple ways you can control your cameras. So as long as you work enough times with the cameras, you'll get really buttery smooth when it comes to navigating with the cameras. It's honestly really, really easy. Now I'm going to go ahead and delete our 2 extra cameras. Let's just stick to 1. Let's now talk about one more option on our viewport, and then we're going to head to the details panel and change some of our camera settings. One thing that you can do is, let's say I have my camera here, and then I want to see what my stormtroopers are doing, go ahead and move them, but still be able to have the preview. The problem is right now, I can see my camera, but then if I go ahead and click on something else, I lose the preview. Farah, do you know what we can do here?
There is a pin button where you can pin your preview here.
Right
Yes,
here,
down
bottom
there.
left. If I pin it, then I can move around the scene, go all the way back here, and let's say I want to bring the TIE fighter. I still clicked on this TIE fighter, but I haven't lost my preview. So now I can bring this guy here and exactly see what's happening in my scene. Super duper handy. You can actually go ahead and preview multiple cameras, but just understand one thing. When you have an extra screen, technically you're rendering another scene with a different angle. So that's why our FPS is getting a hit. So make sure your computer can handle having previews. Now we're going to enable this pin. And now it's time to look at some of the camera settings. Farah,
Let's
you
look
ready?
at the details panel.
Okay, so we have the camera. We're going to go inside the camera. And I'm going to go all the way to one of these.
Like, look at this. I'm inside of a camera right now that I placed. So it's got like camera settings. Like, look at that. That's insane, dude. So you can like, ooh, that is fresh. So we're gonna
these guys right here. Okay, cool. So this is a really cool view. There's already a couple of problems. I want the stormtroopers to be in focus, but they're not. So again, this is where camera details come in handy. So let's pull this up and let's take a closer look at what we have. There's a lot of settings. We're only going to cover the ones that you're going to use the most, right? Look at track settings. Basically talks about tracking. So object tracking with your camera. If an object is moving, we're going to talk about that when our object is actually moving. So not now. Let's go to film back. Film back is literally your camera sensor settings. You have some defaults here. The sensor width and height is already chosen based on the lens and the camera that you're choosing. So if you want to go for an IMAX 70, it is going to give the exact width and height for an IMAX 70mm. Now,
Can we adjust the height and width?
Absolutely. So if I were to create my own version, I can just go ahead and do that. Now, mind you, Unreal Engine 5 is used for virtual production. In fact, we talked to Felix on our podcast.
Yes.
And Felix worked on The Mandalorian.
Yes, all the Star Wars series on Disney, basically.
Do you remember what he said about cameras?
He mentioned that the cameras exactly replicate the real cameras in life.
There you go. So that means everything here is according to real life. So you can emulate real cameras, which is so sweet. So we're just going to go back to the default, which is 16:9 digital film. This is the one we're going to go for. You can even make this widescreen by going, I'm just going to go for random like 34. Now it's even more wide. If you want to do that, by all means, go ahead. And then you have lens settings. So lens settings, pretty self-explanatory. If you have universal zoom, okay, I'm gonna bring your attention to down here where we have focal length. Focal length, this is the most common setting that you probably
Okay, so he's here. I thought he was talking about something else. Yeah, for a second. So let's look at this first. Or focal length. Oh, he was. Okay.
have even on your iPhone. Remember the wide angle lens, the telephoto lens, all of these have to do with your focal length, and the depth of field has to do with your aperture. So these two settings right here. So focal length is now on 35, which is pretty standard. You want to go wider, you're going to slide this down, right? This is now a wide angle lens, and then you can go all the way in to have that really nice flat image, which usually is used for portrait shots, right? But this is like way too close right now. 130 focal length is like too much. But I'm going to pull this back to something like 50. And the reason why we talked about universal zoom is because on default, you can control the focal length and aperture, but you can go for some of these settings, let's say a 30 mil prime lens, 1.4 aperture. If you choose this, prime lens means you cannot change the focal length. So right now the focal length is locked. I cannot change it because by default it's a prime lens, right? And the aperture is at 2.8 right now. It's supposed to be 1.4. Sorry, my bad. It's at 2.8. But you get the point, right? It changes some of your settings based on that. We usually like to go for universal zoom so that we have full control ourselves. So right now you know that focal length is going to be controlling this exact setting. We're going to change it to 50. And Farhad, aperture controls our depth of field. So the lower that number, the more blurriness we can get in our shot and the more focus we can have on a
Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right.
specific object. So let's bring this down to the lowest number, which
One.
should be 1.2 because that's our minimum f-stop. So 1.2, let's bring it all the way down and see it's even more blurred now. Now, Farhad, what is the next thing that we got to do with this?
Focus setting?
Yes, right? We got to change where our focus is, and that's under focus settings.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay.
So right now it's on manual, which is perfect because we want to manually change it. And we can change our focus settings with these numbers, with this number right here. And in order to see where it is at, we can use the debug focus plane. By hitting this check mark, it's not visible right now because it's way too far, but it spawns a plane with this exact color and tells you exactly where your focus is. So we're going to
Draw, debug, focus. Plane.
go ahead and drag this all the way down until we see that plane. There you go. It's visible now. And pick.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's in the shop. Oh, okay.
Close attention to what happens to our focus. Boom.
Oh.
Do you see that? I'm going to disable the debug and look at how beautiful this. Okay, honestly, we're done with the tutorial series.
Bye.
Like,
Where's... Okay.
Look at how cool this is. Guys, if you're doing exactly the same thing, you're probably just like, wow, this looks beautiful. And it's real time at the same time, right? Now, Farah, there's another way we can change the focus, right? Here.
We can select by the eyedropper.
There you go. So you don't have to manually go ahead and change the slider. I'm going to select the eyedropper tool and just select maybe this stormtrooper right here and look
Boom.
at the
Wow.
focus changing. Look at how cool that is. I'm going to move my camera to the right. And this, guys, is exactly the reason why you started this Unreal Engine tutorial series. Because if you were to do this in any other software, well, I don't want to discriminate against all the other softwares, but pretty much a lot of the other softwares. And you wanted to go ahead and navigate around the scene like this with hundreds of stormtroopers, with all of these lights, Farad,
It wouldn't be possible.
it would be very noisy and it would take a lot of time. So right now we're doing this. And one more thing I wanted to cover really quickly. Farah, do you see the bokeh at the back?
Yes.
Do you remember the reason why we told everybody, please listen to us? Yes, those emissive lights that we created with JS Placement might not look super great right now,
But
but
look at them now.
look at them now. Do you see the bokeh that we're getting from those emissive lights? Looks so good. Okay, so what is the next thing that we have to cover? Okay,
Aperture.
Aperture we already covered, right? We did say that if we change, let's say our focus here, of course, if we go ahead and bring up our aperture, basically we'll have we have less focus on the subject. Everything else is going to be less blurry, right? And the depth of field is going to change. So we're going to increase this number and look at what happens to the background.
Oh.
You see that?
Faraz, what is a squeeze factor?
Very good question. So if you hover over squeeze factor, it says squeeze factor for anamorphic lenses. Now, if you're a film maniac, you would probably already know about anamorphic lenses. A lot of people are crazy about them. We need to get one. We don't have an anamorphic lens.
We don't have it. Used in the latest Batman, right?
Yes, it was used in the Batman series. It's used in a lot of movies, but very specifically, I believe Batman used it, and the shots were so nice. With anamorphic lenses, you get this really cool sort of blurry edges to your screen, and then the focus is sort of right in the middle, and then your bokeh effects of the spherical shapes that you see at the back because of our emissive lights turn into an oval shape, right? And so we can actually sort of emulate an anamorphic lens, not exactly to the dot here, but the squeeze factor helps. So let's go ahead and increase the number to 2, and let's see what happens to the bokeh. You see it's now spherical. Do you see that? Do you see the shape? So if I were to go ahead and change my lens and just bump this up to something like 24.
Sensor height. Where are we at? Film back. 24.
Okay, just
34.
temporarily. I'm not saying this is the lens sensor width and height that you should go for, but if you look closely now, our shot does emulate sort of an anamorphic lens. Plus, in post in DaVinci, you can go ahead and add some of those blurs in the edges, maybe some chromatic aberration, whatever you think would be right for you to get that anamorphic effect. But the squeeze factor actually gets you one step closer to that anamorphic look.
So Faraz, what if I need help moving my camera? I want to use crane, I want to use rig rail, or I came from the real world filmmaking industry and I'm so used to these tools, how can I use them in Unreal?
Absolutely. So we haven't talked about animation yet because we don't have timelines, but we do have to cover all of the animations with cameras, because then how would you know how to move your cameras? The basic way, of course, is just like anything else. We'll hold the camera and then just move it like so. But if you want to be more precise, as Farhad mentioned, there are tools in Unreal Engine that help you to do that.
Wait a second. We're teaching you guys all of these techniques like modeling and texturing, but frankly, there are faster alternatives like photogrammetry.
That's when you use your phone to take a bunch of photos of a real life object and then turn that object into 3D within minutes and then bring it into Unreal Engine.
So we use Polycam for our photogrammetry, and they actually sponsored this course so that you guys get 30% off their pro plan. We have all of the details and the promo code in the description. Back to the course.
So in order to do that, we're going to go to our add button right here, go to cinematic, and the first one that we're going to use is the camera rig rail. Now this might be confusing in the very beginning. If you've never done 3D, but a camera rig rail works like a Bezier curve if you come from a 3D software. And the first time me and Farhad saw it and heard about it, we tried it and we forgot after a while how it worked. So even if you do, don't worry. Whenever the need for it comes, you're going to probably search for this tutorial again and find out how to use it. But right now we've memorized how it's done. So when you have a camera rig rail, first of all, let's try to create the path for our camera. I want to go ahead and start my camera here, and I'm going to go in a U shape and come back here. And in order to do that, I'm going to place my rig rail in the origin point that I want to begin with, and then I'm going to hit this little white dot to start my shape. So I'm going to hit it. Once it's selected, I will see my gizmo. I can then go ahead and pull my shape. And now this is a curve. But in order to enable the curve, I need to go ahead and add more points to my curve. Right now, it's just one.
Okay, so let's move this back here. What? Yeah, mine was doing that too. In Fortnite, yeah. It did it to me in Unreal. Yeah. That's how I noticed I could use my controller. Look at this. Look at this for a second. You know what this is right here? Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot that you were playing Fortnite. Even though I knew. Alright. Okay.
One point, right from the beginning to the end. I'm going to go ahead and use duplicate. So holding Alt, I'm going to pull on this arrow to the direction that I want. And I'm going to go ahead and extend this rig rail. And then I'll do another pull.
Dude.
This is my custom shape down here because I want it to be a U shape. So I'm going to hold Alt, pull it again to extend it. As you can see, it's creating new points. And it's already created. But Farhad, what's really cool about Bezier curves is that now you have control, full control, using handles. So I'm just going to go ahead and click this point.
This is fucking crazy. Alright. Alright. Yo. Bruh. That's insane.
Point right here. This is one of my points, and I have these two extra handles, so I can, let's say, bring this higher. So right now it's like a roller coaster,
What?
and then I can hit this handle, and I can move this to control my shape. I can even rotate on some of the axes. So not actually, sorry, not this one. I can rotate this guy right here, yes, and I can move these handles to create a unique shape for my camera. Now this guy just went below the ground, which is not good. I'm gonna bring this guy up. And just like that, we have created our rig rail. So Farhad, how do we go ahead and actually attach our camera so that it follows the rig rail?
We need to make the camera a child of a rig rail.
So in order to make the camera a child of the rig rail, we have to go to our outliner right here. So let's close all of these drop downs. There's too many. We're going to find our camera, and then we're going to drag it and drop it under the rig rail. So right now, it is connected.
Okay. What do they mean, drag it under? So that worked.
Connected, but it's not following the exact origin.
You need to reset the location.
Yes, just like the gun
Yeah.
to the stormtrooper, we need to reset its location dependent on the rig rail. So go to the camera, make sure the camera is selected. Here, there's some values. Reset both of these values, and you can see it comes to the origin point as long as it's a child of the rig rail.
Okay. So. Oh man. It worked. This is gonna be insane.
Now I'm going to raise this guy up. I'm going to point it towards the right direction. And then if I go to my rig rail, select it, in the details panel, there's a current position.
So
Missed it.
missed what?
Someone was fucking with booty. The fucking stream went down.
Damn. Oh, what did they say? What? But like I said though, before. That's crazy.
On rail, which is at 0. So if we go ahead and slide
Current position on rail. Oh.
it, you'll see that our camera is now following the path.
That is insane. That is insanity.
Of the rig rail perfectly.
Faraz, what if I want the camera to track a single stormtrooper along the way through this rail?
That's a very good question because right now it looks weird, right?
Yeah.
It's following the path, but it's not controlling its tracking. So in order to do that, we're going to go back to the original setting that we didn't talk about in our camera. So hit our camera. And at look at track settings, at the very top, we have an option which says enable look at tracking. That's just to enable it. So let's go ahead and enable that. And now it's facing forward because it doesn't have an object to track. So the option we're looking for is actor to track. And we need to define the object it needs to track. So Farad, who should we track?
The stormtrooper?
We can, but there's just one issue. If we go ahead and track the stormtrooper, because if we select them, there's so many of them. I don't even know where the origin point is. I think the camera's going to be confused as to which one to look at. So we're going to fake one of our objects by just bringing something, just any shape, like a sphere, right? This is going to be the object that we're going to track. We're going to raise it up right here, okay? And we're going to make it super small, just like that, like tiny, okay? We can go ahead and even hide this later on, but I'm just going to keep it here so that we know what we're tracking. But later on, we can even hide this. So this is going to be our fake tracker. We're going to rename the sphere.
All right. Okay, so is this sphere? And then right here. Okay. Boom. Okay. Ooh.
Sphere to tracker. And then on top of the camera, if you go to the look at track settings, we can either use the eyedropper tool or just search tracker. Once we have it, you can see that it's tracking.
Oh man, that's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. Actor to track. Okay. This is gonna be crazy. Oh. Boom. Okay. So I think I've been muted the whole time. Maybe. That's fine. Ooh. All right. Now let's get the back to the.
The object. So
Can
let's
we
go ahead.
track the focus too?
Absolutely. Let me just show you what the tracking looks
Yes.
like, and then we're going to do the focus as well. So I'm going to go to my rig, and then I'm going to use the current position on rail and look at what happens.
Ooh,
That looks beautiful. That looks really
that looks
cool.
amazing.
All right, this is not cinematic at all. This is not the perfect camera motion. We're just teaching you the ways to use the software. So Farhad asked for focus, right?
Yes.
So we're gonna go, because right now the ball is out of focus. Let's first go ahead and really zoom into this. So let's go increase the focal length first and really.
Where are we at? Focus settings. Makes sense.
Notice that our focus is off. And for our focus, yes, we can go ahead and set this to manual, right? But the problem is as we move on our track, we're going to change
The focus.
the focus because the focus is stuck in one position. So we're going to track it. How do we do that, Farhad?
The eyedropper.
Absolutely. So first, we need to change our focus method from manual to tracking. And
Manual to tracking.
then open the drop down of tracking focus. And as Farhad said, this time around, we'll actually use the eyedropper tool. and select the sphere, the tracker. And just like that, it's done. Now that the
Hold on 1 second, buddy. Yeah. Home tracking.
focus is tracking, we can go ahead and click our camera rig rail and pay close attention to what happens here. We're going to go all the way to 1. Ooh. And look at that.
Focused and tracked.
Focused and tracked. Now we can go here and this looks
Great. Yo. How is... Yo. No way, dude. Yo. Why does it look like that? Some of them are turning their fucking heads, though. That shit's crazy. Yo. Dude. What the fuck? That's insane. Bro, that's insanity.
perfect. So if you want to go ahead and hide the tracker, you can just go ahead and do it. It's still going to track nonetheless.
Yo.
Faraz, how can we use the crane tool?
Okay, so we use the camera rig rail. There's another tool that you can use, and just like in real life, it works exactly the same way. We're gonna go to cinematics. We're gonna bring the camera rig crane.
Ooh.
And Farhad, remind me, how do I attach my camera to this?
Make it a child of crane.
So I'm gonna drag it and take it out of the camera rig rail. I'm gonna take.
Bro, okay. Alright, so we're gonna add cinematic, camera screen, add it right here. We're gonna drag this up to camera. Oh, yo, that's insane. That's just wild to me. That is insane.
Take it to my crane instead.
Reset location and rotation.
Reset location and rotation. Boom, boom. Okay. And guess what? It's already tracking the sphere right from the beginning. So all I have to do is now go ahead to my camera rig crane settings. And then now I have to play with these values: the pitch, the yaw, and the arm length. Let's see what they do. So the pitch does this. Wow. Look at that shot. Do you see it?
Yeah.
The yaw does the rotation.
Wow.
And then the arm length, which is even cooler. I mean,
Bro. No way that like I can just do all this shit. Whoa. Whoa. That goes up high. Yo, that's insane. That's actually insane. Bro, do you see what this is? Right here? You don't. Because you're in another game of Fortnite. Yo, that's insane.
Dude, look at the shots we're creating here. He's gonna take it higher.
Wow.
So we can go above and beyond, and then
There are no
bring
limits within the engine. Oh,
No
look at
limits.
that.
Bro,
Look at this.
that was like an intro.
Wow.
That was
Wow, in the
great.
next chapter, we are going to animate all of this using sequencer, and it's
Yes.
going to be smooth.
Probably
Oh
one
my
of the
god! I'm sorry. I'd really like to play around with this.
So guys, you learn now how to use the camera, the rig rail, and the crane, and we showed you all the parameters. But the most important part is how we animate this and use it in our timeline. So the next chapter, we are going to talk about sequencer, and we're going to show you how to animate cameras, how to animate objects. This is going to be an amazing chapter.
Farah, check this out. Look at how cool this looks.
Oh my god, we're going to animate it in the next chapter.
Dude, look at this shot. Dude, you guys can do this now. Congratulations for making it thus far. Guys, we cannot wait to see you in the next video. Until then,
Ciao.
ciao. By the end of this video, you'll be able to use this sequencer, which is also known as a timeline, to create any animation that you want, like basically activating your spaceship and animating the stormtroopers to walk towards it. Look at this. Super cool. See you guys in the video.
What is up, beautiful people? We are here at chapter 17, and we are going to talk about
Animation!
this is going to be one of the most important chapters of this Unreal Engine tutorial series. So
Yes.
let's get into it.
Let's get right into it. That was good. But do you know we actually said every chapter is the most important chapter up until now?
It is very important. We chose the most important topic.
Yeah. But we're just trying to make sure you guys understand the importance of every chapter. Okay, enough. All right, let's get right into it. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about animation.
But before we do that, let's look at the stormtroopers. Right after previous chapter, we closed Unreal Engine and opened it again. And that caused our console variables to reset again. So
Yes.
what we have to do is we have to paste the same command in our console variable again.
So we have it here saved, right? We're going to leave it in the description box below again, so you guys can go ahead and just copy
Boom.
and paste. Now,
Fixed.
there is a way you can make sure that this doesn't reset every time. You can create presets of console variables, let's say like 10 of them, and just have them apply every time you open the engine. We're going to be talking about that in one of the final chapters, which is render settings and console commands. So make sure you check that one out too. For now, let's move into animation. Now, animation has to do with objects in motion because currently, if you look closely to our scene, there's absolutely nothing moving. So we have no animation. And at the end of the day, we're doing all of this cinematics because we want things to move. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So if you want things to move, you need to know at 0 seconds, where is that specific object? And at 3 seconds, where is it now? Is it moving? Is it going forward? Is it going backwards? We need to have a timeline. So if you've edited videos before, Farah, you've done it like videos before,
Yes,
right?
of course.
DaVinci?
Yes.
Right? So in DaVinci, you have a timeline.
Yes.
Right? Premiere, you have a
Yes.
timeline. Here, we don't have a timeline.
We have a sequencer.
Absolutely. But a timeline and a sequencer work exactly the same way, right?
Yes.
So how can we go ahead and bring the sequencer or the timeline? From now on, we're going to refer to the timeline as a sequencer. So in order to add a sequencer, we are going to go to this drop down right here, and then we're going to click on add level sequence. It's going to prompt us to create a folder or save it somewhere in our content drawer. And we're going to do exactly that. We're going to create a new folder called
Okay, so first, I want to put my big tracker up in here. Boom. That in there. What, they're just going to call it sequencer?
it sequencer. And because per level, you can have multiple sequencers, that's why I recommend you open up a new folder, just allocate it towards sequencers. So
There's something just so, like, I cannot describe, like, trying to describe how Ronnie fixes is like trying to describe.
for instance, you can have one sequencer, one timeline for the jet door opening, and then you can have another one where Darth Vader is talking to the stormtroopers on the other side of the spaceship, right? Just different timelines. So we're going to call this spaceship door opening.
Yeah.
Beautiful naming. Opening. Okay, cool.
I've tried to demonstrate it, I've tried to explain it, and it's just something intangible and almost childlike. I wonder that I have. How did Ronnie do this? Wait, what? Plus up the round rod, it's crazy. It's crazy. Mariana! Snuggum's dance is like no one's watching. Right? Ronnie dances like he's trying not to die. I mean, to be fair, that is literally true. Their whole life revolves around like going out after that was over there. I was just confused why it was not in a folder.
The moment you go ahead and save your sequencer, you'll notice that you'll have the sequencer docked in the bottom part of your screen. And it's consisting of 3 parts. You have these drop downs up here, which control some of the settings. On the left side, you're going to have access to all of the objects that are going to be animated. And on the right side, you're going to see their animations. So we're going to go ahead and start with a simple object and try to animate it. Farhad, what object should we go for?
Let's add a sphere.
Okay. And then what sort of animation do we want to do?
Okay, let's put them beside the jet fighters, and then let's shoot it all the way to the spaceship.
Okay, so can we pretend as if this
We get the coins yet with like strikeouts? I don't know. Let's get started at 0-19. That piece of paper is going to be 20 right there. Not scratching in the song. No, Vader.
is one of the droids?
Yeah, we can do that. R2D2.
Yeah, and it's just like rolling. Isn't
Yes.
It's not R2D2. What about the new one?
Which one is the new one?
The new one in the new series. The one that is actually spherical.
Oh, I don't know the name of that one.
Okay, anyways. So this one, what we want to do, as Farhad said, we want to go ahead and start on the left side and we want to go all the way to the right side. So if you've ever worked in any editing software, then you would know that you have to use keyframes. And keyframes basically are snapshots in time that say at this specific second, at this specific frame, these are the properties of my object. So first things first, we need to add our object into our sequencer. There's multiple ways you can do that. Farhad, can you tell us what is one of the ways you can do it?
One of the ways is click that track plus button
And
on
the
yes.
add, but like the add icon,
Yes.
and then the track, yes. So, and then
And then you could see
Or did it die? Thanks, buddy. Okay. Okay. Let's see how long this is. 30 minutes. That's alright. I just didn't realize.
actor to sequencer.
Okay.
The first one.
So we have all of these different things that we can add. For example, we can add an audio track, but as Farhad said, we want to go ahead and bring an actor, right? Remember when we merged actors, right? Your objects can also be called actors. So actor to sequencer.
And the object that is selected will be automatically appearing on top of our list. If we didn't, we can search it.
We can search it here. So sphere, right? Which is the same one at the top. If you've noticed now multiple times within Unreal Engine 5, if you have an object selected, it's going to pop into the other sections when you're trying to call it, right? So always try to select the objects you want to call. And then at the top, it's add sphere. Okay, we're going to hit it.
Now we got it over there.
Now we've got it over there. I'm going to delete this really quickly. And it's asking me, do you want to delete this? Are you sure? Yes, we do. Farah, what is another way I can bring in the object?
I think you deleted the sphere.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's why it was asking me if you're sure. Sorry. Do not delete the sphere. Don't have the sphere selected here. You just want to select it here in the sequencer and then delete it from here. Actually, that's a good problem to have because you guys have to understand the difference. Sorry, I had to read the error message. Okay, Farhad, what is another way I can drag the sphere in here?
Drag and drop.
Absolutely. So I have the sphere selected. I can drag it from the outliner and drop it into my sequencer just like that. So two different ways you can bring in the objects. Track, actor to sequencer, or drag and drop. So once you have your character here, as you noticed, what your actor, we have the name right here called sphere. And then underneath it, we have transform. Do you remember where else we had transform?
In the details panel.
Absolutely.
So it will consist of your location, rotation, and scale. And you can animate any of these parameters.
Absolutely. And these are not the only things we can animate. The reason why the plus icons exist on the right side is because you have more options. Now, they're kind of complicated and we're going to touch on them in a moment. But for now, just wanted to let you know that you can explore them later on. So for now, let's just go ahead and talk about location because we want to move the sphere. So at 0 frames, this is in frames, by the way. So we're talking about 0 frames. And if you go all the way to the end, I'm just dragging my timeline right now and just looking all the way. I can go all the way up to 150 frames.
Because we are 30 frames per second, that's 5 seconds.
Absolutely. So this is 150 frames. That means our render stops right here. If I want to go ahead and actually pull this longer, I can go ahead and just drag this. I think it's red. I'm colorblind. But that marker is basically defining how long our animation will be. So I can just leave it at any specific number I want. And then I can go back to the beginning of my frames, which is 0, by clicking this button. And what I want to do is I want to say, okay, at 0 frames, I want to go ahead and keyframe this. Exactly this position is going to be where I want to be at 0 seconds and 0 frames. So I can go ahead and hit the plus icon. There's another plus icon right here, as you can see, beside every one of these parameters, which means hit and enter a keyframe. The shortcut for it is enter. Literally, as soon as you bring your mouse here and click on the timeline, you can hit enter to enter some keyframes, or alternatively, Control Z for undo. You can go ahead and manually click any of these. Now, if you go ahead and click the enter on or this button on transform, it's going to create a keyframe for
For all of them.
scale, rotation, and location if you're changing all of those variables. But in this case, we're not. So we're only going to be doing the keyframe for location. So hit this exact button right here. We have the keyframe. We can zoom in by control scroll and zoom out by control scroll as well. And if you need to move around the timeline, the way you can do that is by hitting right click and dragging yourself, just like in the material graph. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Perfect. So Farhad, what should we do next now that we want to bring this guy over here?
So let's go to our final frame. For
Okay.
example, 150 is our final frame.
No, it's not. I pulled it out. So
But
if you
you
want to
can,
go
have
to
it, you can have it at 150, right?
if I want to have it exactly at 150, I can use this number right here. So this number is defining the current frame we have our marker on. So I want to go to 150 as Farhad said. So 150 to be precise. Okay. And where do I want to land?
And we want to move the sphere all the way to the box right in front.
So now we have three ways of doing that. We can, well, go ahead and drag this guy right here. Control Z. We can go ahead and use these sliders as we learned before, drag it right here, or we can even do the same change within the sequencer. So I'm going to drop down my location. I'll see my X, Y, and Z just like I do here, same values, and I can use these sliders and drag it across here. Farhad, are we good with this?
Yes.
Okay. So
Stops existing. And then I have to do just a quick little search to find like another hard drive with all my music.
the advantage of using the sliders within the sequencer is that it automatically makes the keyframe for you. So you can see that I have now two keyframes with a line connecting in between. If I go ahead and pull my marker all the way back and press space, I can see the animation.
Wow.
Now, I'm going to hit space again to pause, and then I'm going to hit Control Z so that I undo. If I were to use the arrow, I'll have to manually enter the keyframe because it still doesn't know if I'm done, right? Or the same thing here. So if you do that, make sure you go ahead and hit enter on the location, okay? Select it. Or you can also go to transform, remember, to put the keyframe for everything. It's up to you. So at this point, we
Yo. No way. That's crazy. Whoa.
And then, of course, there's like the precursor to modern trash TV, the surreal life. Where if you ever know what the surreal life is, it was like when they
That's
all the celebrities
crazy.
from, like,
That's
the
crazy.
50s through 70s, and then put like 8 of them in a house together, and it's everything, and then watch like Golden Troyer.
That was smooth as fuck too, which is crazy.
It was like the peak of like the peak of.
Watch your head, buddy.
Decided like, well, hey. Why do we need a house full of them? We're running out when we do 8 of them. Let's just pick one of them and throw them with a bunch of goalies, and then they made rockets.
we have done this animation, and you also notice that you can see and visualize the path upon which the sphere will travel, and you can see it clearly. Now, let's say I want to go ahead and make some more changes to my animation. Farhad, what kind of changes can we make?
We can maybe scale the sphere while it's go all the way to the spaceship.
Absolutely. So that's very simple, right? We can go all the way to the beginning and say, hey, I have my scale at 1, so let's go ahead and keyframe that.
Yeah.
Or maybe actually this time around, let's inverse it. I want to stop at 1. So I want my scale to be this at the very end. So I'll go to my next keyframe. Now, this is actually a very good lesson. There's multiple ways. You can go ahead and control scroll and eyeball where your next keyframe is if you want to be exact, or this is going to come in real handy. These arrow buttons beside the keyframe are actually saying go to the next keyframe, wherever that is. So right now, this keyframe is on my location, right? So I want to go to the next keyframe. I'm going to hit this arrow and it's going to exactly land on where I want to scale. So I'm going to say I want this to be 1. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the keyframe button on my scale. And then I'm going to go all the way back with this button to frame 0. And I want to say I want to start at 0.
0.1.
0.1? Okay,
Yeah.
0.1. So I'm going to hit 0.1 for this. And then I'm going to click that, Control C, and then paste it into the Y and Z as well. And right now we can see our sphere is extremely small. And if we hit space, look at what happens.
Wow.
We're scaling. Beautiful. Now that we have this specific animation, we can go ahead and make more changes.
Do not keep her in the opening when she's not. When you chilled with some girl, Vinny? You chilled with her? Ronnie, to be fair, Ronnie has the same reaction. He just goes, he falls over at his hip and he just laughs. That's Ronnie's reaction to life. Sometimes I wish I could be like that. That's the only attribute I wish I could. Nothing else. Captions? English subtitles are on. That's the best I can do. That's the best I got. Yeah. Here we go. Action, baby. GTL, baby. Put it through your systems. Say it loud. Never goddamn forget. I need to see everybody spin GTL. Did you forget where we are? We're at Slee's side, baby. What do you mean? Vinny is somehow like the most approachable, but at the same time, just like the wettest blatant dope. I don't understand. This is I'm pretty sure that it's like, isn't it technically? It's like you can't. Booby traps are federal crime. Wait, it's how are traps determined? Is that a federal crime? Is that like a? It's a war crime, right? War crimes are federal crimes. There's no like state making a booby traps, right? Like intent. Stolen valor. That's a Geneva thing. No, we're not talking about Wisconsin. Not just Wisconsin. It's a Geneva, Wisconsin. It's Lake Geneva traps. Is that a federal thing? No, but I'm pretty sure you're like legally not allowed to like booby trap your house, right? Like if you were to booby trap your own house and like someone were to break in, you were to booby trap them and hurt them, they can sue you. Like isn't like a booby trap like illegal? Like that's what I'm talking about. Like depends on the state. I don't think you're allowed. Like you can certain like standard, but you can shoot someone. I don't think you can have like a booby trap set up, right? Term booby trap concealed camouflage device that cause bodily harm is triggered by any action such as bullets, ammunition, explosive, attachment. Yeah, it's not self-defense. It's intent to make. Killing it by intent is to cause harm or death. It's a crime. So why did this is not me. I keep pausing whenever it like turns to black and white. That's not. I'm not doing that. I wish I was. That's really cool. I just want to say, is he talking to a child right now? Is this a? That sounds like a tiny. That sounds like a little sister. That, I don't think you should be. Just looked up the legal precedent. Booby traps are only because they can't differentiate between an intruder and what's the difference? Alright. Oh, I'm sorry, your permit did mention by 10-foot death? That sucks. It's funny that, like, you need to differentiate between figures of the police when it's like, Statistically, who else is going to invade my home? Huh? Batista? What is this? Who am I? Liv Tyler and the Strangers? Who's doing this? Bust up in my home. Police is who. I keep pausing when it turns gray. Why does it keep turning gray? Okay, but seriously, what? Vinny is on a war. He got away with just like taking home the boss, the boss, and the landlord's girl. Now he's going after the situation's sister. I'm telling you right now. Also, we just talked about this guy who I'm like 99% sure is a pizza delivery man just waiting for his money. I'm like calling it like I see it. This man is just trying to give Vinny a pizza. I'm like, again, also again. Why does it keep doing this? Wait, hold on. Okay, I may be stupid. This may be the player that I'm watching. I think it's the video player. I don't think this is actually just short. At least you can't turn it up. You're so impressed, actually. What a talent. Say what you will, this is the grossest kind of weird bro move. This is kind of the weirdest bro move that, like, Mike is like, yeah, I'll call my sister. Aren't they roommates? So you're pimping out your sister?
You said I could hold that, Papa. I did say that. You're right. Thank me for you.
What did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen? My brother, of course. Look at the situation, bro. Why do you think he had to develop a persona like literally 3 feet away from his face? Do you think he would have had the rigorous dietary restrictions intake in the GTL if he was Brad Pitt? No! No! He's doing everything in his power to go, look down here! Situation! Vinny, we saw your first impression. We saw your first impression. Vinny, we saw your first impression, my brother. You cannot lie. Your first impression was.
Yeah, it's in your drawer.
She looks like Mike. I feel so bad. I'm not laughing at her. I'm laughing at how I'm describing her. I'm not laughing. The apple no fall far from situation tree. Let's just say.
Find them.
Oh, I forgot that. That's so funny. That is so funny. They don't give a fuck. That's the thing. They would never do that season about like my sister and I because they're like they were the stars. They brought them back. And this season they were like, we don't give a fuck. We can ruin these kids' lives. We don't care.
Oh yeah, he's red. Like red.
Yeah, that's Mike's friend Dom.
This is like red. And he's like blue. Is that why he's like Spider-Man? That's it.
Interesting. Do you think Polly's gonna go in for the old Italian hello? Oh, he did too. Okay. Well, there you go. I told you I was pretty. I ever had a blowout? The most I go is my tan. It's basically like my it's how. I was being send them out. Send them out. Is this 0-20? Oh, of course. I'm not gonna lie though, I feel that's not how I was at the time, but that's usually what happens to me at the like you find we're all having a good not the first drink, but like, by drink 5 or 6 if I'm like I'm going crazy with it. I'll never get sick at the venue. I'll always be cheery. I'll never get like sloppy and dumb. I'll be like smiles, laughs, maybe tell a joke or two and slur a little bit, make a little self-deprecating humor, right? Stumble my way back home, never drive, and then proceed to destroy the first bathroom I see, and then usually curl up with like a bath mat on the floor until like I wake up like 10 hours later, and that's like a good night, right? But so I do relate to the Ronnie and Sam thing. Not for I will just leave without warning. That's what I'm trying to do. Irish Goodbye is a powerful tool. It's really the best way to. Is it? I don't have any sickness. I don't have any sickness, but I don't. Oh yeah? Okay. I know. The cop? Isn't that the cop? Isn't that like JWoww's friend that's like stalking? I'm pretty sure, right? Isn't that or no? Is that Rob? I'm pretty sure it's this guy. That's the cop that's like JWoww's boyfriend's friend. Yeah, he's the undercover. He's the guard.
Shit happens, Jack.
Oh, Russ? What a thing to latch onto. What a weird, like Jason Alexander shallow cow to latch onto with this, where it's just like, he was holding this one. You know Ronnie was holding it. Like, Ronnie talks about Flintstone toe all the time. I don't really know what that means in my head. Like, I feel like it's a really close toe, because, like, he's probably running his car a lot. But I don't know what it means. But then when you say, like, a first stop toe, my first thought is, like one of the, like, I don't know what that means, and I'm too afraid of Ronnie to ask at this point. She did not like it. You stumpy bastard. You got a big fucking gross toe that reminds me of Fred Flintstone and a doorstop. Hey, what's wrong? I thought we were having fun. Hey, what's wrong? I thought we were having fun. They left after a single drink. They haven't gone anywhere. They're not even drunk yet. Like, I'm. What happened? What happened? By part of this episode, are we? Yes. Quarter of the way. What? I'm gonna say right now, what a weird. Like, this is 100%, 100% he's in it for the team. 100% he's in it for the television cameras. He said, Bro said, she's picked the same loser like 4 times. Has she ever gone home with him? I feel every time that she follows him or winds up with him, they end up on a beach, never home. Has she ever officially hooked up with him? I think she just, like, finds him at a bar, they get drunk and just wander off into the sunset. But Paulie. Good one, Paulie. I'm glad you spelled that out. Cooking dinner for one. The audacity to just make a single hamburger. That's how you know it's cold-blooded. You have people outside, you make a single. That's just me. It's just eating a burger. He lit that cigarette. He's sorry. Have you ever heard the word sorry before? Yeah, don't. Games are for sure. I play the FIFA. Thank you, Snooki. Thank you. I told Ryan about my toe in confidence, and Ryan slapped his stubby mouth about my toe. He knows I'm sensitive. Look at it. Her toes. Sci-fi doing. Sci-fi doing. Does anyone fuck yourself? Does anyone have a fucking friend with snow toe? David, I can think of the term. Bro, like, I'm sorry, there is not a single conversation in this position. A boy is getting the ball to a girl in a blanket on a twin dress. He is stands up, explaining to the sleeping bag. I don't understand right now what this point is getting across, but my man is just screaming in that one charisma roll. You called him stubby, lying, Fred Flintstone toe having, but not really born. What are you talking about? This started because you called him a stubby bastard. Oh, but yours was a joke. Scarface, think we're getting into something sci-fi. Let's fucking go, dude. Oh, so he's okay. So last remember we were officially like what 0-20. 0-20. He was out with his sister. He didn't go. So he's going back for top of the lineup, top of the batting order. I just want to say, in my mind, this is like the origin story of John. Like, I feel like the situation right here, getting the play-by-play, like the mouth-by-mouth, lip-reading, is. Yeah, I love this right now. And he's just like, and then you see her, and she says, well, the animators are killing it, bro. little shitty and great. He's like, hey guys,
She wants what?
Yummy toast.
Probably the stuff that we were eating this morning.
Is using a graph. If you come from other 3D software, you'll be familiar with this, but you can imagine when you have a human walking and you want to be really precise with the way the animation is working per bone of the animation, you're going to need to work with a graph. And the way you access that graph is right here with this button. So if you go ahead and press this, we'll see now that we have the sphere. And then if you click that, we'll see the actual graph that is demonstrating to us the motion of the sphere. Now, don't be intimidated by this. We'll explain to you exactly how it works. So first thing we're going to do is drop down the transform. And then we know that we're working with location and scale, right? So technically, if you were to click rotation, look at what happens. We're just seeing a flat line.
Nothing happens, nothing changes.
Exactly. So if you worked with graphs before, on both scales, nothing is actually happening. But if you go to our location and drop it down, technically we're moving in one axis, right? So technically, two of our axes should have no changes. And that should be our Z, because we're not moving up and down in space, and our Y, because we're not going left and right. Well, left and right from where I'm looking. But if you look at our X, we'll actually notice the movement we're making in the X axis. So sometimes, depending on how big that movement is, your graph might not even, the beginning and the end might not fit. So let's say that's the case. You can use this button right here to go to a normalized view, which is going to bring everything between 0 and 1. So it's going to compress all those values so that you can visualize the beginning and end of your graph. So honestly, this might be confusing if this is your first time, but it's really not that difficult. Pay close attention. We're saying this is our sphere. Okay, I'm looking at it right now. And this is at the very beginning. This is its location in the x-axis. So I'll go to the very beginning using this button. And I can now move this to change where it begins. Quite simply, right? And also, I can do the same thing if I go all the way to the end. And then I find my sphere. So this graph is just defining where it is. So I can just move this. So this is just playing with these values that we keyframed earlier on. So you can be really precise with your movements. So I can just come here and say, okay, I want it to land exactly in front of the door, which is right here.
What if I want to change the speed of the ball?
That's a very good question.
I want it to start accelerating much faster, but at the end, I want it to be really, really slow.
Okay, cool. That's a very good question. And we're going to do just that. Because right now, if you take a look at our graph, what this basically shape is telling us is that we're starting slow, right? We're starting flat, and then we're increasing our speed over time. And then as we come closer to our end, we're also slowing down again. We're slowing down again. So Farad is saying you want to speed up quickly in the beginning, right?
Yep.
You don't want to speed up, or you want to start with a high speed.
Yes.
Okay, so if you want to start with a high speed, you want to go ahead and change these points. Because right now, if I were to change these points, I can only drag it down, which works. But if I want to go ahead and make it larger or smaller, I can. I can make it faster, sure, that works. But if you want to have full control over this, you can select both keyframes, go to this arrow right here, and then change to weighted tangent. tangents. These are just different ways the points can be treated. So weighted tangents in Unreal Engine allow us to fully control these handles. They work extremely similar to the rig rail of our camera. If you remember how we were controlling the handles, same thing here. So I can say, okay, I want to pull this all the way up. So this is going to start real slow and then shoot real fast. Check this out. Real slow and then super fast and then stop. This shape is basically showing us that. Or as Farhad said, we want to start super fast and then go slow. Am I right? So this is precisely that. So check it out. I'm going to hit G to remove the overlays, and I'm going to press play. Did you see that?
Wow.
Did you see that?
Yep.
Okay. Boom. Just like that. We controlled it. Okay. So we can go ahead and do the exact same thing with basically our scale. So we're going back to our scale. We change all the X, Y, and Z. So if I'm unhappy with how small it is, I can click all three, and now I'm basically looking at all three. I can just go ahead and drag this guy out. I'm not happy with how small it is. I want it to be bigger. And actually, I'm going to zoom out, control scroll. This is my end. This is my one, right? I'm going to bring this. I want this to be bigger in the beginning. So it's actually much bigger like that. And then it's going to get smaller. So check this out. Press play.
Boom.
Boom. Just like that. And now we're going to go ahead and hit save and exit the graph. Now, guys, the graph itself can take an entire course. I can just go ahead and drag this guy out. I'm not happy with how small it is. I want it to be bigger. And actually, I'm going to zoom out, control scroll. This is my end. This is my one, right? I'm going to bring this. I want this to be bigger in the beginning. So it's actually much bigger like that, and then it's going to get smaller. So check this out. Press play.
Boom.
Boom, just like that. And now we're going to go ahead and hit save and exit the graph. Now, guys, the graph itself can take an entire course, and we're not trying to teach you just the graph. We just wanted to teach you guys the basics so that you know how to make changes to your animation.
Let's animate now something for real. Let's animate the door of the spaceship.
Okay, so when it comes to animating the door of the spaceship, Farhad, to be very honest with you, this is going to be much easier because technically we're not really changing anything. We're not making the animation ourselves. The animation's there. We just have to call it. So from your experience, how do we call the animation? First, what do we need to do?
First, we need to bring the spaceship to our sequencer.
Hold up.
Did you guys know you can speed up your workflow by using Polycam's photogrammetry instead of modeling and texturing?
Yeah, you just snap a couple of photos and voila. Plus, your objects will automatically look photorealistic because they're actually real.
Shout out to Polycam for sponsoring this course and giving you guys 30% off their Pro plan. Promo code and link in the description.
So Farhad, how can I go ahead and add this spaceship into my sequencer?
It's very easy. Select the spaceship, click plus track, actor to sequencer, and you will see it up there.
This is what we've trained for, people. Omega.
Perfect.
Oh, why do we have an animation row? Right above transform.
Well, the sphere didn't have it.
No.
This time we do have it because, first of all, this is a skeletal mesh. So it's bound to have an animation because it has armatures. And Unreal Engine knows that. Therefore, we have the animation layer. Now, all we have to do is go to the plus icon. Remember, we told you guys the plus icons always have more compartments. Check it out. We have the plus icon and we can already see the animation that belongs to this armature. And we're going to hit it. And just like that, we see a little bit of a change to our spaceship because it just went to frame 0 of its animation. Now, we can go ahead and press anywhere on our sequencer to make sure we select it. It wouldn't work if we select our viewport. Press your sequencer and hit space to watch the magic happen.
But Faraz, I want to play only the last seconds of the animation.
Yeah, it is kind of weird right now because we're starting with the wings inside the floor. And so the way we can fix this, as Farhad mentioned, is to just pull this back. It's as simple as dragging it and bringing the animation before frame 0 so we don't see it ever. So we're going to go to frame 0 and then just pull this back to maybe just right here before these guys land.
The legs are in the air. Yes.
Okay,
right
so
there.
here. Okay,
Yes.
perfect. So now if we hit space, look at what happens. So at the beginning of our animation, we're going to see the doors of the spaceship
Ooh,
open.
perfect.
And that is beautiful.
Amazing.
That is
Now-
wonderful.
Let's animate our stormtroopers.
Okay, very cool. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete this sphere because we don't need that anymore. We have the spaceship right now animated. And the next thing we want to do is animate our stormtroopers. So here, what do we have to do? First of all, we have to go ahead and bring in a stormtrooper skeletal mesh. Remember, the ones we have in the army right now are
Static mesh.
so we can't animate them.
Nope.
We can't have animations on their bones because they don't have bones. We can move them, but they're gonna move like a statue. So we're gonna go to control space. We're gonna find our stormtroopers. And as I told you guys before, as my default, I always like to bring in the skeletal mesh, which has no animation attached to it. And once you have your skeletal mesh, all you have to do is add it to your sequencer.
Yes.
Add it to your sequencer. Pay attention,
Sorry,
Padawan.
sorry.
Pay attention.
Sorry.
Okay, so we're gonna drag this T-pose animation, that's the name of it, into our sequencer. And as soon as it's there, again, it's a
Reason-
skeletal mesh, so we have the animation layer.
If I click the plus button now, I should see all the animation that we brought from Mixamo.
Yes. So the more animations you have, the more choices you will have here.
Okay.
And it's really as simple as just choosing the animation you want. So
Let's choose
we
walking.
Want walking. Absolutely. And let's see what happens. So if I just hit the sequencer and press space.
Oh, cool.
Okay, cool. So there's a couple of problems that we need to solve. Number one, it's walking in place, but that's precisely what we want, if you remember. But the second problem is that the animation is extremely short. We need to loop it. So by default, the best thing about Mixamo is that these animations, the walking animations, are loopable. All you have to do is just repeat them. And repeating them in Unreal Engine 5 is really simple. All you have to do is drag the timeline of your animation. So we're just going to go ahead and pull this back. So we start from frame 0. So it's going to snap. And at frame 0, we have the walking animation. And all we have to do is just go ahead to our walking animation and just pull this top layer, which controls the entire animation, as long as we want. And we're going to see the loops happen with these vertical lines. But if you go over them, you'll notice that there's no jittery movement, there's no snapping, it's looping perfectly. So we can make him walk for miles without noticing any breaks. So we're going to pull this all the way until the end of our animation timeline, and then we're going to hit space and see it.
But we need now our stormtrooper to move from point A to point B.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what we're going to do. And it's just going to be about you eyeballing it and just knowing one trick in the sequencer, which we're going to teach you right now. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go all the way back. We're going to rotate this guy because we want him to be moving towards the spaceship.
Yes.
Right? So we're going to rotate him on the Z-axis for 90 degrees. And we're going to have one of these guys here. I'm going to bring this guy over here. And I want to duplicate this guy because I want two of them. And we're going to bring this guy over here. Okay. This guy will have no animation right now because he's not in the sequencer. We're going to worry about him later. I just wanted to have him there. So starting with the first guy, right? He is is starting from here and we want him to move to here. So very similar to our sphere, we need to go ahead and animate his location on the x-axis. We already know that. So we're going to pull down the transform and then we're going to go to location, and on the x-axis, we're going to drop a keyframe. And then we're going to move all the way to here where the door has opened, and then we're going to say, I want you to move to the right side here. So we're just going to go ahead and use maybe the arrow just so I can be precise where I want to go. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit the keyframe button one more time. The keyframe is created and I can see the line connecting them. Now let's go ahead and play this back and see how it looks.
All you gotta do is all you
Oh, you've never used samples like this before. This is arcade.
It's probably not going to look good. Press space.
Oh my God. It feels like those escalators in the airport when you walk in front.
It feels exactly the same way. So there's a couple of problems. Number one, if you notice, the sliding is happening, which is because the movement in the x-axis is far more than the amount that he's walking, right? It's not compensating for it. So we need to change that. But the second problem is that, Farad, do you notice the second problem actually?
I think because the animation is easing in and easing out, we need a uniform motion because he's walking in uniform speed.
Actually, that is true. So he's not starting to walk and he's not stopping at the very end. He's walking for the entire animation. So which means it's weird to have him start slower and end slower and accelerate in the middle. We need a constant motion. And in order to do that, the shortcut for it is us changing the points. Remember how we changed to weighted tangents in the graph editor to basically control it? Well, right now it's ease in and ease out, which I believe the shortcut for that, the name for it is auto, but we want to change it to linear. Linear means it's going to be constant motion. So we're just going to do what we did in the graph editor, but instead we're going to do it here in the sequencer. We're going to select both of these points, right click on them, and then we can see the key interpolation options. So remember we had the weighted tangents over there, which we can access inside there. For some reason, the name is not here, but we can actually just read this. So by default, you're on cubic auto. This is your ease in and ease out. We want to change it to linear. If we change it to linear, which is represented by that triangle, we're going to see that it's changing, right? The shape changes. And let's look at what happens to the movement. It's moving at a constant speed and then it stops, right? It's perfect. This is precisely what we want. If you change it to something like constant means there's no motion in between. It's just 1 and 0. So look at what happens. Constant means it's going to stay there. And then at the next keyframe, it just jumps to the next one. Boom. So different key interpolations means different motions. So just remember that. You can play with these. We're going to go back to linear. And now we need to fix our sliding. So as you can see, it's sliding forward, which means it's moving too much. So I need to go ahead and maybe either pull the end back or pull the front forward. And I'm going to pull the front forward because I want him to stop here. So I'm going to have him start somewhere here. And then I'm going to go ahead and press the keyframe again to update the keyframe at frame 0. And let's see that. Farah,
Much better.
but it's still sliding.
Still a bit.
Okay, so let's go back and let's have him start here maybe. And I don't need to press the keyframe because I use the actual keyframes in the sequencer.
Oh, much
Sliding, still sliding, still sliding, still sliding.
Little bit.
Okay, let's try this.
Okay.
Still sliding, still sliding.
it?
Yes,
Can't
just a bit.
see it.
Okay, now it should be perfect.
Yes.
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 Look at him. His foot is stuck to the ground.
Okay, amazing.
That is fantastic. Now, I don't like the fact that my animation is going for so long. I'm going to end my animation right here when he reaches the end and when the door opens. So check it out. One more time from the beginning. Let's check it out. Wow.
Wow. Congratulations, guys. You have
Check out the first review of this new impressive product. No, not the VR headset.
animated the door of the spaceship, and animated the stormtrooper.
Now, Farhad, what I want to do is go ahead and do the exact same thing for the other stormtrooper. Now, there is a way to make this faster.
Show me.
Okay, so we can actually go ahead and copy his motion onto this stormtrooper. So we'll go to his animation, right click, and we're gonna hit copy. And then we're gonna go and bring this guy to our sequencer because he doesn't exist there. So we can go ahead and drag him and drop him right here. He has the animation layer, but it has nothing. So let's try to go ahead and right click and paste animation and see what happens. So look at that.
Oh, can we copy the transform as well?
Absolutely. We can. So right now we have already copied the motion, and now we're going to go to our transform right here. We're going to go ahead and right click, copy, and then we're going to go to our transform down here, and we're going to go hit it, right click, and paste. Now, if you play this, look at what happens. We have a slight problem. And the reason that's happening is because we have two transform layers. We have the old one and the new one. Check it out. We have one transform at the top here. It's being blocked by this 61 items. I wish I could hide it. But basically, there's one transform layer here and the new one that we pasted. All you need to do is just go ahead and delete the old one to have the transform work correctly. So delete it with back.
Transform as well?
Absolutely, we can. So right now we have already copied the motion, and now we're going to go to our transform right here. We're going to go ahead and right click, copy, and then we're going to go to our transform down here, and we're going to go hit it, right click, and paste. Now, if you play this, look at what happens. We have a slight problem. And the reason that's happening is because we have two transform layers. We have the old one and the new one. Check it out. We have one transform at the top here. It's being blocked by this 61 items. I wish I could hide it. But basically, there's one transform layer here and the new one that we pasted. All you need to do is just go ahead and delete the old one to have the transform work correctly. So delete it with backspace or delete. And then if you go back and play this, you're not going to notice the second stormtrooper because he's actually hidden. Not hidden, it's right.
They're all on top of each other.
Exactly. They're on top of each other. So what, okay, that sounds wrong. But what we need to do is go ahead and just separate them. So if you go ahead and click the second stormtrooper, technically there's no animation on the y-axis. So if I were to open this up, in the y-axis, if you notice, there's no keyframe. So all I have to do is just pull this guy to the other side.
Amazing.
Right? I don't even need to press any keyframe because I have not said change the y-axis.
It's a
from
constant
this point.
y, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the same y. So all I had to do is just pull him to the side and it's going to be the exact same animation if I play it. So I'm going to go here, play this, and check this.
But this is a bit
out.
odd. We never have exact animations. Can we have some offset on one of them?
Yes, you're absolutely right because they're precisely the same, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. It's very simple, honestly. First of all, we can just go ahead and have this guy, right, start with a bit of a different offset on the animation. So if you go ahead and look at the animation layer for this guy, it starts precisely at 0. We can just pull this animation. So this guy is maybe walking with the other foot, or maybe he's like somewhere in the middle.
Let's play
like
it
that.
now.
Something like that. That. And then if you play it, their position is the same.
Yes, now it's much more natural.
Yes, but they're walking differently.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, much more natural.
This is perfect. This is so cool.
Congratulations, guys. You have animated the door of the spaceship and also the stormtroopers. Wow.
So you basically learned the basics of animation. animation, and you now know how to use the sequencer to move anything in your scene.
In the next chapter, we are going to set up our shots, the shots that are going to make our cinematics. Are we ready?
I'm absolutely ready because this is where we take everything we learned and then go ahead and pour it all to create this dope video. So see you guys in the next chapter. Ciao. By the end of this video, you'll be able to use this sequencer, which is also known as a timeline, to create any animation that you want, like basically activating your spaceship and animating the stormtroopers to walk towards it. Look at this. Super cool. See you guys in the video.
Tired of guessing what's wrong with your YouTube videos? Well, vidIQ has the answers. Just connect your YouTube channel, click optimize.
By the end of this video, you'll be able to achieve crazy animation of your cameras and shots like this one right here. Wait for it. Boom. Check that out. And this one right here. So you'll be able to animate your shots. As simple as that. Let's get started.
What is up, beautiful people? We are now at chapter 18 of our Unreal Engine tutorial series, and we are going to dive deeper into Sequencer. What are we going to learn today?
Wait a second. Before we get into that, when you said almost there, does that mean it's almost goodbye?
Yes, it is. They made it all the way here.
But I'm going to miss you guys.
But they made it all the way here. Let's focus on the chapter.
Actually, you know what?
Let's go.
I love you. Okay, so today we're diving deeper into the sequencer, which means we're actually going to take everything that we learned up until now and start setting up our shots so that in the next chapter, we can go ahead and render them. I remember precisely when I first started in Unreal Engine 5, I actually knew my way around Unreal Engine because I had used other 3D software. I understood the materials and things of that sort, but I just didn't know how to render. I had no idea how to render. So the next two chapters, today and the next video, we're gonna walk you guys through how we can set up shots, animate our cameras, and also teach you guys rendering. So Farhad, first thing that we are going to do is I'm just gonna reduce the amount of lighting in my scene. It's a little too bright right now, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just hide some of these guys. Now, if you closed Unreal Engine since the last video up until now, and you reopened it and you went to your level, you'll probably notice that your animations are gone. So just make sure you go ahead and open up your sequencer again. There's two ways you can do that. One is you can find your sequencer in the outliner and then click open level sequence, or you can just find it in the content drawer and double click it. Both of them will do the same thing. They will load your sequencer. As you can see, the animation is here and you can pull it up. If you don't see the window, you can pull it all the way up. And again, if by any chance your windows are all messed up, window, load layout, default, editor, layout, okay? So now that we've got this, it's time to begin setting up our shots. Now it is absolutely crucial that you you set up your cameras early on in your projects. You don't want to wait until the very end like we did for this beginner tutorial series, because technically when you set up your cameras, then you will build the world that only your camera sees. And that's all you need, right? Because technically that's the only result you'll see in your renders.
Exactly.
So what we're going to do is, me and Farhad already know our storyboard. We know these shots that we want to put into the cinematic that is going to be the result of this tutorial series. Now that has a couple of different shots, right?
Yes, and we are going to render 2 of those shots with you guys so you guys learn the whole process. And then you will go and plan the other shot yourself and share all the results with us on social media.
We don't want everybody to have the same exact result. You can have the same result as the 2 shots that we show you, but we definitely recommend you take this challenge, learn it from us here, and then go and create your own story with your own animations. So let's begin with our first shot. Farhad, we're going to need the camera. How do we bring it in the scene?
Top left, add actor, cinematics, cine camera actor.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
Okay, so for our first shot, what we liked to do is, and this is not going to be necessarily the first shot in our cinematic, but the first shot we're going to show you today. So for our first shot, we wanted to bring the camera in between the stormtroopers. And what we like to do is just take this to ground level and raise it up. We don't care about the decal on top of the camera. And what we wanted to do, as the stormtroopers are passing to the side of the camera, we wanted to go ahead and animate the camera to ascend up and see the door of the spaceship opening. However, if you notice right now, our shot looks extremely ugly, and that is mainly because we can't even see the full spaceship. We can't see any of the other stormtroopers, and it's just way too close to the edge, way too close to the edge of the spaceship. We want to go ahead and add more distance for these stormtroopers. So if you take a look, the only distance they're traveling is just this much. We want to add to that distance. And in order to do that, we need to go ahead and change some of the values that we created in the initial animation chapter. So let's pull the camera back, because this is way too close. So maybe I want to bring the camera somewhere here, right? And then if you go to the details panel of our camera, right now it's at 35. We can go to 25. I might even want to go maybe 50, because yeah, I'm thinking, okay, let's keep it at 35 for now.
So this is where exactly you play with parameters. You will look at your scene, you will change the lighting, change the angle of the camera, change the focal length, and get that perfect shot.
Absolutely. And there's no right or wrong answer here, right? There's no way you can tell, oh, the right focal length is this much. No, you have to experiment for yourself. The one thing we do know is that these guys are way too ahead of the camera. So let's pull them back. Let's go to this guy, T-pose, right, 5. And then we want to go to his transform, his X location. We want to pull it all the way back here to behind the camera. This is where we want him to begin. And then we're going to keyframe that. And then if you look at what happens now, he's just going to slide because it's going too far, right? And that's okay for now. We're going to take this guy as well and open up his X location. And we're also going to pull that guy back all the way here. Just going to make sure they're roughly the same. They're not exactly the same, but that's okay. Just roughly the same. And then I also want them to be closer to each other. They're too far away from each other. They need to be friends. So let's bring him here, and perfect. And also this guy, let's bring him a bit closer. His Y here, perfect. We don't need to keyframe that again. We have no keyframes on the Y. We're just changing the entire Y-axis location. This seems to be about right, but now they're on the airport treadmill. Okay. All right. So first of all, we definitely have to go ahead and extend this animation because it's too short for them to have to make this entire walk here. And then what we need to go ahead and do and say, okay, you are traveling too fast. So the destination, right, this two markers right here for the end need to be pulled back. So I'm going to shift select both and I'm going to pull them back just until 295 frames, and let's see how that works. They're sliding forward.
They're sliding forward. No.
So we need to go ahead and pull our timeline, the end of our timeline,
A bit
even
more.
more.
Yeah.
Even more. And then we're going to pull these guys to 450, right? And then let's see the difference.
Much better.
Much better. Are they? Yeah, they're
Yeah.
pulling forward a little bit. So let's go to something like 500 and then pull these guys again. And then see that?
Oh yeah, this is good.
They're pulling forward just a little bit. Not the end.
Because we
Don't
need to continue the animation.
Yeah, we will continue the animation. Don't worry. I just want to go ahead and pull them again. So I'm going to continue the animation, make sure it keeps looping. And then just a tad bit more, I'll pull these guys.
I think it should be good now.
Yes, and the animation as well. Okay, cool. Let's see. Okay, and now they're being pulled back.
So it's a bit too much.
Too much, yes. Right here. Where is it? Okay, perfect. Perfect. So now we have the perfect walking animation. They're walking for a while. And the great thing about this is that now that I have all of this distance, I have enough time to set up different shots, different cameras, different angles that I can cover for the same walking animation, right? So let's just look at the whole sequence again. These guys are walking. The door of the spaceship is opening way too early, right? Way too early. So what we're going to do is going to pull this all the way back. It is okay if this is happening, if the flaps are doing this, because in the first shot, I'm not even planning to take the plane, the spaceship, so it's all right. I want it to probably open somewhere around here as they're moving closer, right? We can go ahead and precisely make this change once we have our camera set up. So let's go ahead and bring our camera. Farhad, this is our camera. How do we add it to our sequencer?
Track.
Select the camera.
Select the camera. Track.
And activate the sequencer.
Yes, adds an actor.
Perfect. So the camera is there. And as you notice, this is the first time we have added a camera to our sequencer. It does come with already a bunch of settings that we can change. We can change its aperture. We can change its focal length. And we can change the focus. These are some of the settings that you will commonly use, right? You're going to be changing the focal length to sort of like zooming in and zooming out. And then the amount of blur and depth of field that you're going to have in this shot. And then the focus, right, of the camera. Where is it at? But if you want to go ahead and control more parameters, again, always check out the plus icon. The camera component is already there. So this is where you're going to be going to look for the parameters, hit the track icon, and then you can see all of the other options that you can add here. For instance, you have the film back setting, which was our sensor width and height at the very top that controlled basically how wide our screen was. You can go ahead and change that if you want to while shooting, right? Those options are there. There's other things that you can change as well. So I'm just going to let that stay as is. We don't need to change that. I'm just going to see what I want my shot to look like. I'm going to eject this, have it in my preview, and I'm going to pin this so I can make the changes as I'm looking from far away. So I have these guys walking. Very cool. Kind of like it, but I need to bring my camera closer to ground level. That was the initial idea, right? So let's take it lower, all the way down to ground level. And then let's have these guys walk. I want to see the spaceship open up. So I'm going to close the drop down of my camera and I'm going to bring this here. And then let's see if this is my shot. I'm going to pull this back. And I want the action to happen at the same time. The door opens and these guys are walking.
I think the door should open a little bit later.
A little bit later, right?
Yeah.
I agree with you. So let's say like this.
Yes.
And then like this. You know what? One thing that is annoying me is that the action of the plane is happening way too fast. So I want to teach you guys how you can go ahead and slow down or speed forward an animation. And in order to do that, we're going to use the properties of an animation. So these are animation layers, as you can see. If you want to go ahead and change the properties of an animation, you can go ahead and right click on the animation layer. So open it up, go to the animation layer, right click, and then here you will have some options in the properties tab. The one that we're looking for is play rate. So play rate is the speed of your animation.
Let's change it to half to make it double time.
So
Let's change it to half to make it double.
slower. Yeah. We can make it slower if we change it to 0.5. That's half the speed. And as you noticed, did we see a change here? Yes. So I'm going to hit Control Z to see the difference and Control Y to redo. So now we have double the amount of animation, and we're going to bring this in. Let's just see what it looks like. So imagine if we can pull this back. That's too much. So check this out. These things have opened up already, and the door opens. Boom. That was pretty cool. We can even bring this further away. And check this out.
Generate sampler. All right, so let's see what happens. Holy shit.
It sounds so crazy.
Boom. Easy. Now it's a custom kit.
Slicing your audio. Being able to actually take your own stuff and bring it in and instantly have it be a vibe without you having to do any processing, that's pretty sweet.
Oh, it's like a little randomizer, sequencer.
Whoa! Oh, it already makes it sound so much cooler. In order to get that out of the sample, I would have had to make like a 10 plug-in chain.
Tell me what you wanna go.
Even more. Okay, I think this is right. Ooh, yes. We're almost there. We're almost there. Okay, so now let's go inside our camera view. Okay, and let's go ahead to our camera. I'm just going to test this, okay? I'm not sure about these variables and these values. I want to go to my location. I'll just go all the way to 0, and then I'm going to hit keyframe on all of my transforms, everything. And I'm going to hit the viewport, hit G to remove all the overlays, and then I'll come to maybe somewhere around here, and then I'll raise the camera higher. Okay, so I'll go to, I'll do it from here. So I'll go to my location, and okay, I'm controlling the floor for some reason. I'll go to my camera, select it here, and then I'll raise it up.
This is good.
Yes, it's perfect. So once I raise it up, I have to go ahead and press my transform again, and then let's take a look at the animation.
Wow, so in our Sequencer, we are animating the door of the spaceship, the stormtroopers, and the camera now.
Yes. I don't like how I'm starting slow and then going fast. One option is to go to the go to the graph editor and fix that. Or when it's actually accelerating, I can just pull this back so that part is happening before we even start our first frame. And then it's already moving by the time we open our shot. So check this out. See, it's already moving. And I kind of like this.
This is good.
Yeah. So the next thing that we're going to do is actually go Go ahead and play with our
focus.
Absolutely. Because right now, I don't even know where my focus is. It's probably at the spaceship. I want to change that. So I want to go ahead and bring my debug first. So by clicking on our camera, we're going to go all the way down to our focus, draw debug focus plane, and then let's bring this all.
Also, I mean, she is sitting down right. These ceilings look so small. Snooki is a tiny, tiny woman. Why is she more than half of this room tall? I feel, are they in a basement? Why are the ceilings like 6 feet high right now? I'm so confused. It's like 7-foot ceilings? That's like the tiniest room I've ever seen. Barstool?
All the way forward, because technically speaking, our stormtroopers are going to be walking there.
Yes.
And then I'll turn off the debug. I like how blurry it is, but I want more blur, which means I want to go ahead and lower my aperture value right there. Okay, really cool. So now maybe let's try to make this a wide angle camera. I don't know if it's going to work.
Can see it.
From here on out, do anything drastic to herself. Now she feels like power, like she has done it. My son's a cat, like I like like all this shit just like back.
Just the stop with the sunglasses. Like they're doing. I mean, he deserves to be done dirty, but like over Snooki's monologue, while they're just like showing him talking around.
Let's give it a try. Maybe go for 25. So the next thing that I'd like to do, if you see our shot right now, these guys are passing by, which is pretty cool, but I'd like to change it to a little bit of a wide screen. If you guys remember, value right there. Okay, really cool. So now maybe let's try to make this a wide angle camera. I don't know if it's going to work. Let's give it a try. Maybe go for 25.
That any silver one. Bad touch. Bad touch.
So the next thing that I'd like to do, if you see our shot right now, these guys are passing by, which is pretty cool, but I'd like to change it to a little bit of a wide screen. If you guys remember how we did that, it's through the film back settings. So right now is 23, 13. I'm going to just change the numbers again. I'm not exact with this right now. I'm going to get the exact numbers that I want from the internet later on, but something like 34, 14 is pretty wide. Okay, but because I want to go ahead and increase my stretch, the squeeze factor to 2 to get the anamorphic lens effect, I'll have to increase this number to get the widescreen again. So right now it's more of that anamorphic lens effect. And I'll have to play with
Go for it, man. One of them what powers all we so thank you but started showing especially the model someone that was a pick. I didn't even know he's a pick. I just seen him with it. For some reason I think it was bathroom probably. She's cool. That's what's just crazy. How deluded got it? Like, I'm cool. Yeah, I know I'm cool. Yeah, I know. I should probably give. Was you watching? The situation just pulled up out. I was over at Tyson. It's just like sometimes she has like saliva. Like I wonder how do I fix it? Zero along with the zero, I guess. Okay. Sam actually leave around. You know what I mean? Like, he's 12 o'clock, 5 hours, like about. After 5 hours. That's crazy. Time zone change? That's crazy coincidence.
Squeeze factor 2. Oh, okay. Shit's looking fucking fire. I forget. So we got
the most instant, like, just any form of decency, whether it's a stranger, someone who's like super, just play the. No, because that would be bad for J-Rock. She needs help. I was like, I'm not. All right, yeah. I love J-Rock. She's like, I just threw up. I'm sick. I need one of my friends to take me home. This is the girl you're kissing. I will tear her fucking hair out. I don't care. I'll get into a fight if it means you take me home. I love Jenny. I know. It's like, what? Yeah, she's serious. Let's go. She's not a bitch like you, Mike. She smacked me back in the head at the club.
to do that one.
Are you serious right now?
Bring my debug first. So by clicking on our camera, we even start our first frame, and then it's already moving by the time we open. Okay, I'm controlling the floor for some reason. I'll go to my camera, select it here, and then I'll raise it up.
This is good.
Yes, it's perfect. So once I raise it up, I have to go ahead and press my transform again, and then let's take a look at the animation.
Wow, so in our sequencer, we are animating the door of the spaceship, the stormtroopers, and the camera now.
Yes. I don't like how I'm starting slow and then going fast. One option is to go to the go to the graph editor and fix that. Or when it's actually accelerating, I can just pull this back so that part is happening before we even start our first frame. And then it's already moving by the time we open our shot. So check this out. See, it's already moving. And I kind of like this.
Bro, like, we all need a friend like JWoww in our lives. We all need a friend like JWoww. She's wasted. All she wanted to do was go home, put on pajamas, and just, like, lay down in bed. And now she's on a warpath. She's like, I don't give a fuck. I am staying awake. I am fighting every single neuron in my brain acting right now. No, it's that motherfucker that's down. Do it. He deserves it. No, this way. Happy that I found actually a hot guy. Shit. Stop. Belligerent, let's go. You're belligerent, let's go. I'm not bitching. Fuck me, right? Fuck me. So how do I taste, bro? That's all I want. I want to make sure that they knew I like you. No, I gave her away. That was fine.
This is good.
Yeah. So the next thing that we're going to do is actually go ahead and play with our
focus.
Absolutely. Because right now, I don't even know where my focus is. It's probably at the spaceship. I want to change that. So I want to go ahead and bring my debug first. So by clicking on our camera, we're going to go all the way down to our focus, draw debug focus plane, and then let's bring this all the way forward. Because technically speaking, our stormtroopers are going to be walking there.
Yes.
And then I'll turn off the debug. I like how blurry it is, but I want more blur, which means I want to go ahead and lower my aperture value right there. Okay, really cool. So now maybe let's try to make this a wide angle camera. I don't know if it's going to work. Let's give it a try. Maybe go for 25. So the next thing that I'd like to do, if you see our shot right now, these guys are passing by, which is pretty cool, but I'd like to change it to a little bit of a wide screen. If you guys remember how we did that, it's through the film back settings. So right now is 23, 13. I'm going to just change the numbers again. I'm not exact with this right now. I'm going to get the exact numbers that I want from the internet later on. But something like 34, 14 is pretty wide. Okay. But because I want to go ahead and increase my squeeze factor to 2 to get the anamorphic lens effect, I'll have to increase this number to get the widescreen again. So right now it's more of that anamorphic lens effect. And I'll have to play with my focal length again because now it seems extremely wide. Okay, so this is the kind of shot we wanted. And then let's try to play this again and see how it looks.
If you're a web designer, here are 4 Wix Studio features you gotta know. So first on the list, Section Grid. I'm talking about a revolutionary tool that lets you create your own intricate layouts, but still keeps it intuitive at every step. So you can split cells, create gaps between them, drag to resize, and swap them around. All right, this next feature has saved me hours of work. Responsive AI. You set up your design once, and with just one click, it'll analyze the section and automatically adjust the response behaviors for each element to fit every breakpoint. Another huge time saver, no-code animations. You can create unique brand experiences with anything from micro animations to rich, complex interactions and easily customize them for that fine-grained control. And all of this without a single line of code. And finally, we've got Text Mask. This is a great way to make your client's brand stand out. You can fill live text with images, gradients, or videos to make it pop. And it's optimized for SEO. So these features have totally changed the way that I work. Now it's your turn. Head over to Wix Studio to nail your next brief.
That's even more widescreen. Ooh.
He has nothing else to do. He's stacking ice. Ladies,
Yeah, it's fire. Fire. Ugh. What?
This is getting good.
Okay, this is
We
becoming
need
badass.
to animate the focus too, right? Because at the end, you want to have the focus on the spaceship.
Yes. So I'm thinking I'll make this even more out of focus, something like this, okay, in the beginning. And then I can actually manually do the focus myself. So I can go ahead and keyframe something from this right here, from this button, by the way, if you didn't know. I can go ahead and press that keyframe, and then it creates one right here. And then I can say, okay, let's go forward to here. Okay, this is pretty cool. I can go ahead and change the focus to something like this, and then keyframe, and then go forward, and then keyframe again. I kind of like how they go out of focus though. Maybe I won't see
No,
if
I want to see the yes.
No, I kind of
No,
don't
the
want.
last one. Can we just have the spaceship in focus?
No, I don't want to do that. I kind of don't want to do that.
Let's see how it looks.
So right now we've got a really nice bokehs. Do you see from the spaceship? And then if you play this shot, look at what happens.
Guys, mind you that we are animating so many things at the same time. Camera, stormtroopers, the door of the spaceship, and our focus.
I'm really starting to like this shot. Okay. And one other thing I'd like to mention.
I don't understand. What's the title? I don't get it. Scratcher still logged in 704 at me. Not you? Oh, okay. You are hot. You are. How did my eye get so close to you? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Back up! Do you have 40K? So allegedly, but not fully. I'm gonna check when I get back to the house. To La Casa. I put shove knife all around the casa. Does he like you? Has he fallen in love with you? No. Well, how else are we supposed to get the money? Every time I go in, just see how much you want. Just apathetic? Yeah, like he's very apathetic. I'm serious. But like I was thinking, yeah, we're trying to get to like 0 wins, essentially. So, I'm sorry about this. And he's like, no, dude, it's chill. I won another ticket. He didn't see. This is never gonna end, dude. This is never ending. Okay, this is gonna be the last time. Okay. This is the last time. This is the last time. This is the last time. Because there's no way. This is the actual last time. No shot. Okay. This is crazy. It's like we're cursed or something. Y'all ever see the Twilight Zone? Cursed was really mid-rock. You know? You're like getting something, but it's not much. Simulation. I almost ripped the thing that you wanted to stand. You almost ripped it? Oh, then we have to go home. Oh my god, I actually done. No! Oh my god, I actually ripped it. It's fine. Oh shit, I accidentally ripped that. Oh shit, Okay, this was. Bro, if this is $100, I'm gonna want it. Also, why is this person trying to. Turn that shit off. Oh, you docked. Put that light out. Sorry.
Is that here, okay, whenever you're creating new shots, this is going to be absolutely crucial. You have to change your lighting almost all the time. So it's not like you create one set of lighting and it works perfectly for every shot. Even in real life, you have a lot of fake lighting. And when you're watching movies, you think that, oh, if they're in the house and in that scene, they're just staying in the house, that the lighting remains the same for every angle, every shot. That's not the case. They always switch it up to match the mood, match the vibe, and also to make each person pop out according to the background and things of that sort. So in this case, we are not touching any of the lights yet. But every single time we actually set up a new camera, we go ahead and change the lights almost completely sometimes. So be very careful with that. Once you set up your shots, then go ahead and start playing around with the lighting. which is also the most enjoyable and pleasant part because they're reacting in real time and you get to really set the mood of your scene. So right now, I'm almost done with this shot. I just want to make a few more adjustments maybe. I just want to check this a few times. The one thing I do not like is how disproportionate this white square is. I believe I have to make it move a little bit. So I'm going to press that, select these guys, and then move it. I got to select this guy as well. Am I moving the yellow one? I think I'm moving the yellow one. Okay, let's go out of this camera view. Yes, don't move this yellow one. I'm going to move this to like the middle. Go back to my camera. Move it here. What do you guys think about that? Yeah,
Much better.
That's a little bit better, right? It just didn't feel like it's centered. Okay, now, the other thing that you need to know, and I think we neglected this up until this point, is that if you go ahead and save, you've noticed that once you added your first camera to the sequencer, you have automatically added this thing at the top that is called camera cuts, right? And it's basically showing you a strip a film which has all these images, but these images are actually the exact frame that you have on your screen when you look through your camera. And at the top, it's reading out a name, which is Cine Camera Actor. That is your current camera. So Farah, what do you think this camera cut is for?
This is basically giving you the ability to have multiple cameras and multiple cuts from different cameras into the same sequencer.
Absolutely, because technically we have the same walking animation. Now we want to take another shot from another angle, and then when we hit render, we want it to render in sequence and change the camera angles. And this is one of the biggest questions when people start Unreal Engine. They just don't know how to make these different camera cuts. This is how you do it.
Let's try a second camera and then bring the cuts here.
Absolutely. So I am going to go out of my camera. Remember, one way to do that is by hitting eject, or you can go ahead and hit this button. It's highlighted now. So we're going to unlock the camera, which means we're going to eject out of it. So we have our first camera. The next camera that we're going to put, and honestly, I'm just going to show you some of the shots that me and Farah were thinking about. So let's go ahead and bring our second camera. I'm going to go ahead to Cinematic, Cine Camera Actor, drop it in, and then I'm going to go to Perspective, pilot this guy. Now, pull this down and hit G so we don't see the overlays, and then make sure, so for some reason, that blue mark is not there. That means I'm not seeing the proper camera angle. So I'm going to hit this, and now it's correct. Okay, let's go up. One of the camera angles that me and Farah really liked was right here, because if you watch any movies like Dune or Star Wars, if they want to really show you how grand the scene is, they usually have a shot like this, and it's from behind a spaceship and things like that, and then you see the army. This is technically that shot, and you can go ahead, by the way, to... If I search for Cine Camera Actor, I want to change the settings to the camera and then play with the focal length a little bit, make it even wider, and just look at this beauty. Again, we haven't played with the lighting yet. We haven't added any effects yet, any animation here, but it just looks so freaking cool. But there's one problem. Farah, do you see what happens to our stormtroopers when I move my camera?
Oh my God, their shadow is getting disappeared.
Yes, which is so weird because technically if I want to take a shot from here, this looks so freaking fake. Where is the shadow underneath my stormtroopers?
Call the console command.
Absolutely. So this is actually happening because there is a term called ray tracing.
It's all over now. Dude, that's the guy. Oh my God, that's the. No, I think he's ready for us to leave. I am too. That is time. I'm getting my pet on. All right, what did we learn today? Let's make a good message for the kids. I have very big luck. Very moderate. $1 worth luck. Don't make this guy. Okay. Gambling or unlucky? Gambling is not profitable. If you give up. Right. Don't stop gambling. Yes. Get it twisted. Yep. Gamble. Yep. Don't they owe you. Don't forget. We only lost because we were stopping right now. It's true. Yeah. If we had more cash, we would definitely win. Gambling is an investment.
Culling, C-U-L-I-N-G, is basically, I believe another word for that is cutting. I'm thinking I'll make this even more out of focus, something like to make you have automatically added this thing at the top that is called camera cuts, right? And it's basically showing you a strip of film which has all these images, but these images are actually the exact frame that you have on your screen when you look through your camera. And at the top, it's reading out a name, which is Cine Camera Actor. That is your current camera. So Farah, what do you think this camera cut is for?
This is basically giving you the ability to have multiple cameras and multiple cuts from different cameras into the same sequencer.
Absolutely, because technically we have the same walking animation. Now we want to take another shot from another angle, and then when we hit render, we want it to render in sequence and change the camera angles. And this is one of the biggest questions when people start Unreal Engine. They just don't know how to make these different camera cuts. This is how you do it.
Let's try a second camera and then bring the cuts here.
Absolutely. So I am going to go out of my camera. Remember, one way to do that is by hitting eject, or you can go ahead and hit this button. It's highlighted now. So we're going to unlock the camera, which means we're going to eject out of it. So we have our first camera. The next camera that we're going to put, and honestly, I'm just going to show you some of the shots that me and Farah were thinking about. So let's go ahead and bring our second camera. I'm going to go ahead to Cinematic, Cine Camera Actor, drop it in, and then I'm going to go to Perspective, pilot this guy. Now, pull this down and hit G so we don't see the overlays, and then make sure, so for some reason, that blue mark is not there.
Right now, this is important. It's going to be long. It's important, right? Yeah. So you're going to, have to be on point with the numbers. So. Pencil, paper, all that. Yep. So, treasure.
That means I'm not seeing the proper camera angle. So I'm going to hit this and now it's correct. Okay, let's go up. One of the camera angles that me and Farah really liked was right here, because if you watch any movies like Dune or Star Wars, if they want to really show you how grand the scene is, they usually have a shot like this, and it's from behind a spaceship and things like that, and then you see the army. This is technically that shot, and you can go ahead, by the way, to if I search for Cine Camera Active, I want to change the settings to the camera and then play with the focal length a little bit, make it even wider, and just look at this beauty. Again, and we haven't played with the lighting yet. We haven't added any effects yet, any animation here, but it just looks so freaking cool. But there's one problem. Farah, do you see what happens to our stormtroopers when I move my camera?
Oh my God, their shadow is getting disappeared.
Yes, which is so weird because technically if I want to take a shot from here, this looks so freaking fake. Where is the shadow underneath my stormtroopers?
Call the console. Command.
Absolutely. So this is actually happening because there is a term called ray tracing culling. Culling, C-U-L-I-N-G, is basically, I believe another word for that is cutting. So technically it's saying if you go too far away from an object, you can ignore its ray tracing shadows, which helps you save on your GPU costs and it helps your performance. But we do not want that at this point. We need the shadows if we're going to pull our camera this far away. So the console command to help you fix that is r.raytracing.culling space 0. So we're going to copy that. Control C. We're going to leave that in the description box below as well. Put it down here. Look at the shadows underneath here. Hit 0, and they're all back. Now, you know what's interesting, found out? If this was path tracing,
stopped it. Very nice. Okay, so very slowly.
If we're going to pull our camera this far away. So the console command to help you fix that is r.raytracing.culling space 0. So we're going to copy that. Control C. We're going to leave that in the description box below as well. Put it down here. Look at the shadows underneath here. Hit 0 and they're all back. Now, you know what's interesting, Farhad? If this was path tracing, you wouldn't have this issue. Path tracing just actually shoots out all the rays and you don't have any issues with these shadows. So this is only for Lumen. Now, this was one shot that we really liked. Another shot that we really liked was actually placing the camera right here.
These are all tips and cheat codes for you guys for your cinematic later on.
Yeah. Actually, it's a good one as well. Because if we go to the sequencer, I don't have my sequencer. Let's pull it up. Let's see what happens. When this thing opens up, imagine you have a camera angle right here, right? And then you're seeing the stormtroopers from the right and left side. And you can put some light here. Maybe you can composite some fog and then see this, or some smoke, and then see this thing open up. And then when it opens up, you're going to see the stormtroopers walk in towards the spaceship. You can even animate this to go further. Check this out. So once you render out the first shot, you can actually come back here and actually change this so that as it's opening up, you'll see these guys walk towards you, right? This is just another shot. Now, let's go to the shot that we want to show you guys actually in this video.
Wait, listen. Did you know that you can create highly photorealistic scenes with photogrammetry by taking in what exists in the real world into 3D?
We've been using Polycam to do exactly that, using our phone and drone.
Yes, that's right. And guess what? They sponsored this video to give you guys 30% off their pro plan. So you guys can go ahead and try it for yourself.
Use the code BADDECISIONS in the link in the description.
Hi, I'm Ash Hewson. I'm the CEO of Affinity, the award-winning professional photo editing and
Back to the course.
So, Farhad, what is the point of this shot?
So the second shot is going to show and represent the crowd that we have in the scene. We want to show how many stormtroopers are there, how majestic they look, and we are going to focus on the two who are walking in the middle.
That's right, absolutely. And in order to do that, we spent a good 1 hour just moving our camera around, finding that right angle, and we figured out that we can be somewhere around here and start with the stormtroopers in the middle walking.
Good luck on the follow, brother. Sneaker 101. Appreciate you, homie. I don't have my chat up right now, but I do have my alerts on. And you confirmed that they are working, so I appreciate that. Oh, not on the right tab.
And we'll just side scroll with them as long as they're walking. We'll just side scroll with them, and we'll pull in a very, very long lens, so something with a high focal length, and then really zoom into them, have a really big blur in the background, and it's just going to look super good. So just watch this and you will learn exactly how we're going to do it. We're going to jump into our camera. Okay, I'm going to go to Cinema Camera Actor 2, and then right now I'll use the sliders to be exact where I'm going. I'm going to make sure I have my camera selected. I'm going to use a Z-axis just to come a little bit maybe higher. And then on the X-axis, I want to move a little bit to here. Maybe I want to start a little bit ahead of the stormtroopers. And the next thing I'd like to do is make sure I'm tracking the stormtroopers. So Farhad, how do we do that?
Enable look at tracking.
Enable look at tracking.
And use the eyedropper to select our stormtrooper.
Absolutely. So right now when I hit enable look at tracking, it just snaps to a random side. So actually, you know what? Before I do that, let's disable that. Let's Control Z. Okay. Let's use the eyedropper tool to first select the actor so it doesn't snap to a random location. So eyedropper, and I need this guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Select it. Enable.
Boom.
Okay. It worked. We're tracking him. But guess what? It's tracking his foot. For some reason, it's tracking his foot. Now, luckily, Unreal Engine has a solution for that. And that is called relative offset. So according to the track, you can go ahead and offset your axes. So I know I need to look up. That is my Z axis. So I'm going to go ahead and play with this value until I'm looking and tracking the right, wrong axis, the right location. So I'm going to lift this up and
150 should be good.
Yeah, I'm happy with this right now. Okay, cool. So if we move this sequencer, you'll notice since the camera's not moving, all that's happening is that we're following the stormtroopers.
This is cool too, but we want to move the camera.
We want something
Actually,
even
this is
better.
really cool too.
This is really cool too. But we
Actually,
want
this
something
is cool. Okay, no, but move the camera.
Okay, so you know what? Let's set the camera first. Okay,
Yeah.
let's set the camera settings. We want it to look close to our first camera.
Because that's way better than this one. Oh. Okay, so let's make sure this is back at the beginning. Okay, look at track settings. Dropper. Look at track. So then if I were to always lose it. Where current focal length goes down lower. So if I do this, it's gonna look at just kind of what I want it to do. So oh. Oh. Fuck yeah. That shit's fire. Alright. Now this right here. I'm gonna wait. Actually looks fire. Yo, that actually looks fucking fire. It's great. How good that looks. Oh. That's when I'm gonna have to bring the camera. See.
So we know that our first camera was a wider screen camera. So we're going to change these values to something like 34, 14 for now. Okay, pull this down. And then you can see that it's good, but we don't have our anamorphic lens effect. So in order to add that, squeeze factor must be at 2. Now we have to go ahead and change our height again. I'm going to go for some. I'm like 24. Again, this is temporary. I might change this at my render time, but for now it looks great. But once you do the squeeze factor, your focal length kind of gets messed up. It's too freaking wide now. So we're going to push the focal length even further. I want something like this. Yes, I want to completely cover my.
It could be because it's like, what are you doing? Why is your shit so fucking wide? Now makes me wonder, maybe if I project settings. It's always the ray trace shadows causing issues. I don't think I'm going to need ray trace shadows. She's always full back.
I shot with stormtroopers. Like there's just too many stormtroopers in the shot, and I love it. Okay, we're gonna bring down our aperture to make it even more blurry. So we're gonna do this. Look at that. Okay, everything's super blurry right now. So Farhad, what should we do next?
Focus.
Absolutely. So I'm gonna turn on my debug focus plane and pull in my focus to. I want the focus to be on the second stormtrooper. So I want the first guy to be slightly blurrish.
blur.
I think that just looks a little bit better. So I'm going to pull the focus even further. Something like this should do. Turn off the debug, and let's just see how this plays without us moving the camera.
Ooh. I think if you change the focal length a bit, oh, this looks good actually.
Just look at the
Can we see
amount
the
of stormtroopers.
Wow, this is really good.
Okay, cool. So this is not actually the shot we wanted. We wanted to move the
want to
camera.
move the camera too.
Yes. So in order to move the camera, and I want to see it from far away, so I'm going to eject, and then I'll keep this preview by pinning it, and then let's go up here. So Farhad, I got my camera. Now I want to animate it.
So let's track the camera inside our sequencer.
Okay, actor the sequencer.
Yes.
Adds in the camera.
First thing, on the first frame, let's add the keyframes.
For the transform, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's running at 30 FPS because I'm rendering this and that at the same time, which is why also just gonna bump this down to 9. It's a little bit better. Still rendering two scenes at the same time.
because we're going to be moving the transforms. So
Yes.
I'm just going to keyframe all transforms.
Perfect.
And
Now
then
move the camera all the way.
I'm going to move out first so I can clearly see where I'm moving my camera. I'm going to pin this so I can see the result. And then I'll go all the way to maybe here. And then I'll pull the camera to here.
Slightly ahead of them, yes.
Yes. And then let's go ahead and
Keyframe
put down another keyframe. And then let's see what this looks like. Because I actually have no idea. Okay. This might look really good or might look really horrible. Let's go to Cine Camera Actor 2 and then press play.
This is good. Wow.
Oh.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, this is good.
This is good, but I just want to make a few more changes, okay? So first of all, can we go back to our track? Look at tracking interrupt speed is still at 0, which is a really harsh track. Let's change this to 4 just to make it a little bit more delayed. And then let's watch it again.
Yes, much better.
This is much better. But I just don't like how fast this is moving. So I'm Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, this is good.
This is good, but I just want to make a few more changes, okay? So first of all, can we go back to our track? Look at tracking interrupt speed is still at 0, which is a really harsh track. Let's change this to 4 just to make it a little bit more delayed. And then let's watch it again.
Yes, much better.
This is much better. But I just don't like how fast this is moving. So I'm going to make this even slower by just pulling this. Actually, you know what? I'll make this linear. I'll make this linear Okay, I'll turn all of this by right-clicking, hitting linear, which means they're going to start with a constant speed, and then they're going to get slower later on. And then I'll pull this even out. So we're starting ahead.
Okay, this is much better.
Boom, doom, doom, doom. This is much better. But I just don't like how fast this is moving. So I'm going to make this even slower by just pulling this. Actually, you know what? I'll make this linear. Okay, I'll turn all of this by right. Clicking, hitting linear, which means they're going to start with a constant speed and then they're going to get slower later on. And then I'll pull this even out. So we're starting ahead.
Okay, this is much better.
Boom, doom, 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 doom.
Wait.
Doom, doom.
Oh, the decals.
Did you
oh my
see
God.
that?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Turn off the decals.
Okay, they turn yellow because the decals are impacting the character. So let's go ahead and select the character. Let's go to the details panel, search for decal, receive decal, turn off. Same thing for this guy, turn it off. And then let's watch it again. Now at this point, by the way, before we even hit play, you are more than welcome to try anything else. You can go ahead to your camera, right? And then go to your focal length to be like, okay, you know what? I'm going to open this guy up and then play it again. Check this out. Okay.
Oh, I love this much more.
This is a completely different look.
I love this.
Right? Boom. As you can see, we just taught you how to set up your shots, animate your cameras, and create really cool scenes like this one and this one.
Now it's your turn to go and set up other cameras and create different scenes. So in the next chapter, we are going to teach you more about lighting and render setting.
See you later.
Ciao.
They like the
third camera. Playing Fortnite?
Feels like everyone's trying to find takes like stretches it.
At Aries, it's not about research to start shop. So your shade is a smooth. As little as $2 per break, it costs half. Get your trial set for just $7 at Aries.com/win.
I'm not kidding. The world's first whole body. So,
Sorry. So you're
Save it here. We're gonna end it here just to cut the video. Take a quick smoke and a piss, and we'll be back.